sons and daughters hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. The air and water flowing hard, the land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming, feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. And we all lift, and we're all adrift together, together. Through the cold mist, till we're lifeless together,
Conscience clear and unburdened.
Alright guys, it's time to finish Fontaine. Okay, well, it's gonna be time as soon as I change the time to 8 to 12. Alright, if you guys missed, I'm actually gonna post all of the Fontaine, or I'm gonna post all the Genshin VODs on my VOD channel. I keep forgetting to post VODs on the VOD channel. It's actually really unfortunate, because I think I lost a couple, but... I haven't lost any of the Genshin ones, but the point is that we will be posting these on the VOD channel, so if you did miss it, if you didn't miss like a lot of this stuff, you're gonna see it on the VOD channel if you wanna like, I don't know. I guess if you're watching this on the VOD channel, you already know this, but you know, we're doing this live right now, so...
No time to lose.
I don't actually know if we can... Listen, it's 2 PM for me right now. I plan on finishing it. That being said, if they pull another act out of my ass here, I have literally no idea what I'm gonna do. Like, I actually don't know. I won't actually know what I'm gonna do if they're like, surprise bitches, there's an Act 6. I was pretty surprised yesterday at the fact that we're even in Act 5 right now, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So, this Act 6 stuff is, I mean, if they pull an Act 6 out of their asses, I really won't know what to do. I'm really having fun with the Fontaine campaign so far. It's just, you know, we're trying to catch up to Natlin, and I go back to work next week, so, you know, I'm not gonna have too much free time, so I gotta use as much of it as I can. Oh lord, that map, how long have you been out of Genshin? The last time I played was when Alhaitham released. I want you to know, Kevin, the last time I played, I started playing 3 days ago, but before that, I had started playing when Alhaitham was released. His first release. So, if that gives you any semblance of time of how long I haven't been playing Genshin, that's how long I haven't been playing Genshin. That's at least like that's at least almost 2 years now, I think. Is what I believe. Because I think that's like early 2023.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on!
By the way, this place is super cool. That being said, there's no chests in this fucking place. So I'm losing my mind in here. I keep looking for chests, I can't find any. I guess that makes sense since we're in prison, but I mean, come on. Yeah, but Kevin, I think you know exactly why I started playing Genshin again. You know, well, maybe not, maybe you don't, but they released a new character, and if you see who the new character is, then you'll be like, okay, that makes sense. The walking
Please,
simulator is
sign
pretty strong in
here.
this place. Yeah,
This
Jesus
document
Christ.
will be effective immediately upon signing, and you...
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh, come on. I guess we're on the final
What's
act.
happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what the...
I have my
terror was
assumptions.
just now.
You can assume what you want, but there is a character that is going to be released, I think, next patch, and that is pretty much why I'm doing all this. You might think, that's insane, why would you why would you download an 80+ gigabyte game that will take hours and hours out of your time to grind and explore in order to get a particular character? And my counterpoint would be that I did the exact same thing for Destiny, I did the exact same thing for Overwatch, And I definitely did the exact same thing for Honkai Star Rail, so... I can assure you that I will pretty much... My margin for downloading big games and committing a lot of time to a game, just because they released a single character, or they can make you look like a cowboy, is pretty low. My bar is pretty low for that. I do have some reservations, of course, but, you know, it's like... Listen, if they added a... I can't even imagine who they would add to FGO that would make me play FGO again, because we already had Billy the Kid, we already had Calamity Jane, so I can't even imagine who they fucking... I know, I guess if Clint Eastwood became a heroic spirit, I would download FGO and play the game again.
Just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the
By the way, Kevin, I want you to know I don't know any of like the story things past whatever we're doing right now.
If you recall,
I
our
have
last
completely-
incident,
I'm
if
doing
there
this completely
were a
blind,
problem, there would
essentially.
be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got
Like,
a
the only
point.
information I know about
Okay,
Fontaine,
seems
and
we
even
need to get
Atlan,
back
is
into
basically
the
Rule
surface
34
and ask
stuff.
about what happened.
And I can assure you they haven't dropped any major plot points, except that this guy that we're talking to, Riley, is most likely a bottom.
Do you know what day it is?
And I thought he was actually an actual dog boy because I've only seen him with animal
I
ears.
believe today is this
Epic Vengeance
month's
Saga
pipe
comes out on
cleaning day.
Halloween. Oh shit.
Wait, seriously?
Is Vengeance Saga when Odysseus comes back to the island? I'm trying to remember
Ah,
what that is.
yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
We finally get to leave prison.
Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah.
Yes, but before
Paimon
reuniting,
confined to
okay.
this place
Is it
now.
where he's like undercover as an old man, or
Then
is
be
that like
sure to
before
come
then?
back and visit.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Damn.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah,
No,
don't worry, we'll come back
that's
to
alright.
see
You don't have to.
I'm
gonna be honest, she kinda freaks me out.
Cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Alright, let's do it. I'm not gonna lie, if they pull an Act 6 out of this, I don't know if we're finishing this today. I know I've already said that, but that's just what's happening. I have to make a call in 2.5 hours. Actually, I'm gonna set an alarm real quick, because I have to make a call in 2.5 hours, and when that happens, we're gonna BRB for 30 minutes. I'm just gonna play a video on screen, and we're just gonna, and that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Oh, I can just teleport out of here. What the fuck am I even doing? Oh yeah. When I have to BRB for 30 minutes, at like 5 o'clock my time, so... When that happens, if we're still here when that happens, I'm just gonna play a video. And that's what we're gonna do. Okay, alarm's on. Alright, we're good. We're good. Hopefully I can finish whatever, like, anything important before that happens. I don't want to be, like, mid-cutscene or, like, mid... like whatever is happening, and then I have to make a call. I'm not sure if you're gonna finish in that time. Okay, really?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Yeah, you know, like the water sea levels are rising. There's a Fatui in town. A child's still missing.
Neuvillette!
Hello.
And I really feel like I'm the only one that
Right
cares.
time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please have a seat.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his...
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the
That's
day
fine.
you
I mean, he
released
let
from
us go.
Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, about the Fatui
It
thing?
appears that
Yeah,
you've
well,
managed
you
to
know, I
complete
mean,
all the
he
release
probably would
paperwork.
be more concerned, but
That's
there's
right.
sort of
And I
like,
can't
you know,
see
the
you right
rising
away.
sea level thing. Oh yeah, fuck, we had a dream regarding Child. He was like in the middle of the ocean and he saw a
Massive
fucking whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater?
Yeah, he's not from
What the
Fontaine, he's good.
hell?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Whew, okay. I'm trying to think about okay, because, you know, every act will end with us fighting a boss, and that boss will always end up being our weekly boss. I'm trying to think who our boss is gonna be this time. I'm assuming it's gonna be this fuck-ass whale that we just saw. Because I think the overarching threat is, like, the rising sea levels and, like, the primordial sea. And if that whale is probably, like, primordial sea-esque, we're probably gonna be after fighting that thing. Uh-oh. Oh god.
Navia should be around here, right? We need
Uh-oh.
to make sure she's still...
You know, Fontaine's been pretty dark. I wouldn't be surprised if they just start killing people off here. Oh hey, there's a guy up there.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here!
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof!
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Well, at least there's people.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Uh-oh.
My Desiree!
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh man. Not feeling great about everything. Definitely some people dead.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh no. 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 Oh my god. No, 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 no. No, I don't even want to click this right now. I don't even want to click this. Oh my god. I really don't want to click this option. I don't want to know. I don't want to know now. No, I wasn't even thinking it until just now.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh god.
And out she goes.
Fuck me. Oh god.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Oh, shit. I don't have a teleport point to this.
No time to lose. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh?
Paimon, shut the fuck up! Paimon, come on, you dumbass motherfucker! It should be so- sorry. I'm sorry. That's just- come on, man.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Arlecchino, what the fuck are you doing here, man?
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Oh, okay, we're working together.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate
No,
them
man,
to
I don't trust
High
any of
Land.
the Fatui, dude.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
No, brother, she's gonna stab me in the back or some
Very
crap.
much.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but she's gonna do something.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter.
No, man, she's Fatui. Every single Fatui member has tried to kill us at some point, even
Besides,
Child,
it
who
never
we're
even crossed
besties
my
with.
mind that if a Tui Harbinger would come
Listen,
looking
I'm
for
besties
me.
with Child, but I swear to God, every Fatui member, including him, has
Thanks to
tried to
Nave,
kill us.
Spina
And
de
some almost
Rosula received
succeeded.
generous support from
As
the Fatui,
Linny,
which
and
allowed
at,
us
like,
to
the
complete
Harbingers.
rescue and
The
evacuation
Harbingers.
work so
The
quickly.
Harbingers.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive
Every single
developments.
Harbinger has actually
we were
tried to
already
kill
in
us.
the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
And some have gotten
That
pretty
said,
close.
I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Give it time. Give what time?
for all the ways
I guess
in
since
which
she has a
tested you
character
previously.
quest that I can unlock,
I've never worked
she's
with a
probably
Fatui
cool.
before,
But I swear to
and
God,
it's extremely
we're probably gonna
important
get to
for
that
us to
point
know
after
who
she
we're
tries to
working
kill
with.
us.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler...
No, no.
One more thing.
Come on, I have a good impression of you right now. Don't say some weird cryptic shit.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Oh, okay, it's right there. Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Oh my god.
No time to lose.
I know we're in the last act, maybe, but I don't know, man. I wasn't ready for Fontaine at all. I'll tell you what. I'm in Act 5. I'm assuming it's the last act. I'm making a lot of assumptions right now. I got surprised that we're even in Act 5, because I remember Sumeru was in Act 5, but, I mean, Jesus Christ. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we had an Act 6, you know? Oh my god. I feel like I need to take a smoke after all that. Christ on a stick.
Time to go.
Okay. I'm happy. I've experienced most of Fontaine without getting spoiled. I got spoiled for like 2 things, but other than that, everything was fine.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Did those 2 things happen already? One of... I think so. Yeah, no, they did. They did. Whoa, really? Oh god. Guys, I already know what I already know about the Hilichurl thing. I don't want to keep fighting Hilichurls.
There is no escape.
But I will.
The wind knows me.
Ah, shit happens, you know.
No time to lose.
Whoa!
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe.
Okay, that one actually got me. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, Ah. That one's pretty unfortunate. You know, you're right. That is I was mercy killing.
Yeah.
This is also a mercy kill. God, I'm so merciful.
also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Paimon. Come on, man.
Don't get Paimon wrong.
Come on, man.
I'm not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Hey, if I touch this water... Hold on. Okay, that's fair. What I was gonna do is I was gonna jump in the water, see if I'm fine, and then I was gonna jump in the water as a Fontanian, and I wanted to see if, you know, something else had happened. But it looks like they sort of beat me to the punch there. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I go up, okay. How are you enjoying Paimon and Fontaine? Paimon's okay sometimes in Fontaine. I think Paimon's always exactly how I think about Paimon, where I can't tell if I need them emotionally as a support animal, or I fucking hate them. There's really no in between. I never feel mid about Paimon at any point in time. I'm like, well, I'm really glad Paimon's here, and then there are times I'm like, wow, I really fucking hate that Paimon's here. I don't know. You take the good with the bad, I guess. It's better than being alone in all this anyway.
No time to lose.
Besides, I think borderline, I think that I think borderline, I think the good outweighs the bad. Okay, we're doing this, hold on. I also wish the Traveler talked more. Zach Aguilera has a really great voice. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on! Come on!
Demoiselle? Huh? Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
how have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. What? They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes
God.
force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Balloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to
These are all the
attend to
people
today.
that have already died.
Huh? We do?
So I'm not really...
Like what?
I'm not really sure what we're seeing here.
Well, now, did
if
you
the worst
forget?
case scenario happened.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the opera house.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh? All right then.
Oh no. No, what the fuck is going on right now? Is Navia dead? Is she in purgatory?
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her.
All these people are dead. I remember these names. All these, I
Everyone's
know all these
finally
people have been,
here.
all these people were dissolved. Does that mean Navia's dissolved too?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... excited, Karina.
Yeah, all these
Desiree.
people, these are all people that were dissolved.
Julian. Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
I don't know, man.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
I don't know yet. I know what's
In that
happening.
case, allow
I'm
me
kind of
to
scared.
explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like not only you, but your butler, your subordinates.
Wait a minute.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that we are one big family.
Uh-oh.
All of us who are from
Uh-oh.
Poisson,
Uh-oh.
inextricably
Uh-oh.
linked.
No, I know what's happening now.
And if you
Oh
being
god.
so
Wait, no, I know what's happening now.
We couldn't possibly do
When
without
people get dissolved into the primordial
Therefore,
sea,
this
we
fair
saw
and
with the
honorable
Oceanid
court
thing
shall declare you guilty, and you
that they
shall
all
stay
kind of
here.
merged together.
You will be
So I
together
think
with
Navia might have
us.
actually is being dissolved and she's sort of merging together with everyone.
What? Everything you have said is...
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further
Uh-oh.
comments.
How
Oh
wonderful,
god.
Miss Navia.
Oh god. Oh my god.
I know all with these people? Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake
Oh, so
her
this trial,
actions
she's
as
fighting
being
for her
otherwise.
right to be herself.
Really?
Which is crazy.
As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here.
I wonder
This
if everyone is going
nation
through
of
this the moment
justice,
they're about
the
to be
nation of
dissolved. And by
Hydra.
resisting this, you don't get
Even if
dissolved.
Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Oh
What
god.
are you
Yep,
saying?
they straight up the straight up the
No
ocean
more
it now.
excuses.
Oh my god.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh shit! Nuvolet's actually here!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
Dude, come on.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Dude, I am never farming the Oceanid ever again. Oh
no,
my
wait!
God.
Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Oh God.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going any...
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Alright! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Who's next?
Whoa, what is this perspective? Oh my God, come on, you've gotta be fucking joking.
Watch your step!
Alright, I guess this is what we're doing today.
Into the wind.
Whoa, 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 okay, we're good.
Wind strider.
Okay, I'm good. Ah.
There is no escape.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Illusion shattered!
Yeah. You can.
Yeah! Everybody stand!
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Torn to oblivion!
Oh, okay, elevator, right. I really should see my therapist next week. It's gonna be a crazy fucking line of reasoning. Hey! It's like, so what's up with you? He's like, yeah, so how you been? It's like, well, you know, I've been in some emotional turmoil, started playing Genshin again. Story was pretty crazy. Cause we really gotta invest these two guys that they fucking dissolved in the water. They dissolved in the water? How? And I was like, oh, it's just some like magic. It's so hard to explain. They dissolved and then they like became a part of this collective and they turned into Oceanids. What's an Oceanid? So like an Oceanid's like this giant water creature. This is ridiculous.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Oh boy, a bunch of people standing around something. Wait, is that Farina? On the right side here?
They were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason Dick.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
Island in the sky.
What is this?
I feel like I'm in the wrong nation for this.
Island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in
Oh.
the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Maybe like what they did to
She
Kanuya.
herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are
I feel like
here
this
at
has
all.
something to do with Kanuya.
Judging from their
I can't like
contents,
not think it doesn't have something to do with
could
Kanuya.
this place be the
I
origin
feel like every
of
time
the
they mention sin, it has to do something with the Abyss or Kanuya.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Time to go.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to
What
ask
am
about
I
the stone
doing then?
slits. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as at... All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Nami! Ooh, desserts! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Is that Mona? Hello?
Oh.
Mona, are you... Is Mona here? What the fuck is going on? Mona, why are you here specifically?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
Bitch, what are you doing in Fontaine? Okay, you're literally one of the last people I expected to show up just now. What in the fuck is Mona doing here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing
Wonder
at
what her
astrology,
original name is,
so
then.
I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Megistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Yeah, how the fuck did she get down here? Like, you have to, like, really go out of your way to get here, I feel like.
To put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Wow, that's... wow.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain
Oh
speech,
my god, is
the
Mona?
thrice great scholar of
Hold
the
on,
stars.
hold on for a second.
Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Is the I joked about this earlier, but is Mona, the fact that she can, like, kind of turn into a little puddle of water for a bit, is that gonna be plot relevant here? Is that actually gonna unironically be, like, a plot relevant thing? Because if that happens, that'll be really fucking hilarious. I unironically think that'll be extremely hilarious of her, like, being able to do that puddle thing she does. That would be extremely hilarious. I wouldn't be mad. Honestly, that'd be really great.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Talk about it.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents...
Okay, you're fine.
That's a
Okay,
good
you're
thing,
fine.
then.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Oh, you don't... yeah, man. It's fucking... yeah.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel, and the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do that. Are you sure?
Mona, I literally need your help.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious
That's true.
look
We
on your
pretty much
face.
see Mona mostly during
I'll
events
tell
now
you
that I
once
think
hear
about it.
back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend
This
to
is
my
city
own
seeing Mona here,
business.
by the way. I'm still in a
If I
little bit of
receive any
disbelief.
news, I'll be sure to come find
Like,
you
at this
two.
point, seeing Child in places is kind of, like, crazy, but then I kind of, like, oh, he's Mr. Worldwide, right? Like, when I saw him in Inazuma, I was like, oh, shit, what's he doing here?
With the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we
But
were
seeing, like, any other character randomly here, it's crazy.
Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, if, like, I saw Ito... Actually, no, Ito's realistic. I'm trying to think of someone who, like, never leaves their nation. If I saw Sara suddenly, like, walk around the corner, I'd probably be like, what the fuck is she doing here?
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Nova.
Yeah, I was talking about Mona all of this. It's crazy. I can't believe she's actually here. It's fucking wild. Cause I was joking, I was joking about the fact, it's like, oh, these people have never seen someone disappear in the water, and then I, like, I pulled out Mona, and I was like, oh, guys, look at me, I'm freaking you guys out, aren't I? I'm turning in the water, and now she's actually fucking here, so it's kind of cool. I really hope that her turning in the water becomes extremely plot relevant during this exact story. I'm feeling like this isn't the final act then. I don't know. I feel like we have a lot of setup, but I feel like there isn't a part where I feel like, oh, this is the final act, you know? Like nothing like that's happened. I know, maybe it's different because in Inazuma and Sumeru, there was like key moments that I was like, oh, we're probably on the last act, right? Like, cause we're like setting up to fight someone, and there's like moments where like a plan's being executed, but
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they
Uh-oh.
seem to have gotten into a dispute.
I don't know, we haven't hit that moment where I'm like, oh, we're in the last act, you know? I don't know. If this is the last act, it will definitely hit me, but I don't know.
I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
Dead, yes.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... but... you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding
Damn,
the
he's really
previous
grilling her.
Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Not fine.
I mean, listen, man.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh,
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
You chose the worst person! You chose the worst person to start this!
No.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in
Navia,
court.
listen, man, I know you're going through this stuff, but you just picked the worst two people to try to start a conversation. Pick Linny or something, man.
Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, Claren's here.
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Okay. I think I understand what's going on. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know we could actually go on this boat. I bet the thing's up here. Where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. Got you, little bitch. Alright, anyway. Why do I keep coming back here? I'm gonna be honest with you.
Time to go.
Why do they keep making me come back here?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Freminet was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Yes.
You are familiar.
The voice from the sky,
The voice from the sky in
I
Sumeru.
fear
Oh
that
my god, my memory
description
doesn't go
is
back that
wrong.
far.
Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
Oh my god, I've completely forgotten who this is.
Consider me a passerby. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
I don't know who this
history of
is.
the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
I didn't pour it.
Well,
The voice. It's gone. I want to hear someone talking. All right, Kami. Hey, it's you who's...
Well, I see
Oh,
I
Mona's
walked
back.
in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but How can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
You'd be surprised, man.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
No, I'm not. Oh my god. Sorry.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like she's Alice or something.
I guess you
keep
could
hearing about
consider
it.
me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Brother, I feel like we don't have time for this. Listen, I know we're like trying to chill out, but I really feel like we don't have time to be jarking around. I'm all for like exploring and like looking around and shit, but I feel like we got bigger priorities on our hand. Is there not anything else I could be doing right now? Maybe like looking for Child, or like following Furina, or looking at the Ore Trees, who's probably the thing that's housing Furina's soul, which is my theory, but of course I have no idea because we haven't gone there yet. Sorry. Anyway. Oh my god.
The underwater stronghold, my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fair. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Paimon, you're always hungry. Sorry. I'm on edge. I really want to fucking do important shit. I feel like we're just jarking around right now.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
I think anyone would say something like that after seeing Paimon.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be
I do think that
Excuse
Sedenna
me,
is a
could
little
I have 2
adorable.
more slices of cake to go?
I don't know what it is, just the way she talks and
These 2
the way she
slices
moves
are
around
for
is
you.
something
Sichuan
else.
said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sichuan?
Yeah, okay. I forgot
sure
about
do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better.
We're about to run into someone crazy here, right? That's what this feels like.
Come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we
There's
could
no
always
way that
have
we're just
delicious
coming to this restaurant to just have food and not run into someone crazy, right? Oh my god, we are. Fucking hell.
Riptide.
Sorry, I got so upset I ulted on accident. I probably won't need that for a while. It's fine. I'll get it back.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
No, I don't care! I wanted to... there's so many things I could be doing except for this. Wait, I don't even have a quest marker for this. What? No. 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 No fucking way. There's a conflicting quest. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my god, I literally can't. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm going to become the Joker. You can do immersive mode. It will. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, this is what this is. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. 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 No, I don't care. No, that's cool. That's fine. That's cool. That's fine. Okay. Please tell me. Yes! Okay, we're good. There we go. Immersive mode will prioritize your quest. I will be sure to do that as soon as it gives me the option to.
Have you seen the
that.
article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real daredevil.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request?
Huh? So you're...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
What? Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
I think we're the most qualified people.
Why not? If I say you're worth...
Oh.
We've really seen some shit.
We'll just chat when you have the time then?
I mean, we've
So
talked
that's
to
a yes?
and are friends with at least 5 gods.
I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could, but anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Okay.
The sea breeze and scenery.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is the last act. We're definitely not last act, unless this is the calm before the storm kind of thing.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Oh, this is the calm before the storm. I think shit's about to drop really hard right now.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the fortress in...
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermont?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. Yes, inside the Opera House.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing... And before she could respond, the crowd continued to grow and
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
I agree. People will naturally rely on God.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had...
So, You mean?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good.
Don't worry, this is...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but when Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais, it would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Alright, let's go. To Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Yes, she is really here. I am literally looking at her.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat? Who's that?
Don't worry.
Jesus Christ, we're so close there too.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Come on, man. It's just us, man.
You were crying just now, weren't you?
Brother, it is just
Tear
us.
stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to
Seriously, man,
process it.
it's really just us. You know
Who
it?
did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Seriously, man, just us,
I
dude.
can just imagine
Not judging
their
you at all.
twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Uh-oh, that's not good. Am I gonna have to beat up some citizens?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just... that's against...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up!
I might have to beat up some citizens here, is what it sounds like. Well, wouldn't be the first time. Certainly not gonna be the last.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you!
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is what... tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Oh, we have a cutscene. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? Wait, did we know about this?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
Random climax jump scare, yeah. That scared the dick out of me. Okay, yeah. This feels pretty final act.
The least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Withdraw your blade. I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now I will admit, I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the Opera Epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
It's me? It's me?
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members.
Oh, all of this was planned.
Opportunity to incite
All of this was
insurrection
planned.
against them. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, so we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can get you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the—
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is
The perfect timeline of everything that's happened since we've been in Fontaine.
So in other
This, we can use this as evidence.
to this, and Thalia, let's quickly confirm the information.
Quickly? There's gotta be a lot, right?
Refresher, alright?
There has to be an insane amount of things. Oh my god.
In the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
I haven't had teen time with Anne on
Words of
here?
someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be true. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. A Fatui Harbinger. The fortress of Meripede, according to Monsieur Neuvillette. Both Child and that whale should have been in the primordials. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Alright, let's do this. I'm ready. Let's go.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on! Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the—
That's true. But
Oh,
my
I'm
charge
talking.
here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a
Oh shit, we're
fraud?
doing this?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Okay, before we continue, I want you guys to know my theory. My theory, from everything that we've known so far, is that Farina is actually the Hydro Archon, but her power and her soul or something is in the Oratrice machine. My reasoning is that Arlecchino doesn't think Farina is she's not convinced that Farina actually is the Archon, right? And truth be told, neither do I. But Neuvillette is very clearly the Hydro Dragon, so it literally can't be him, right? But the Oratrice was made by the gods, right? And it most likely has sentience or a soul since learning her to talk, right? So Farina herself is a vessel for the Hydro Archon. And the current Farina that we see right now is who she is while she's incomplete, right? So I actually think Farina is the Archon, but she's not complete. She's not the full Archon. And I think the rest of the Archon, the Hydro Archon, is the Oratrice machine.
Charge accepted.
And we're about to see how much ground this will hold.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. But see, even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon...
Okay. She's affected by a curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Yeah, after Child's thing, we can prove that she has no idea how this thing functions.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decision—
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue.
I never thought—
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You know,
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons, thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide—
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up—
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same for please.
If what the prosecutor said is true.
Did she deceive all of us?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, If I'm not the... If you have no evidence...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
I want to say that what evidence can prove that Furina is a human? I don't know what I could use here exactly. Well, maybe this. Does that work? Does it work? It just sort of let me do it.
It's been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before...
Super sorry, Monsieur. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As ever, including those... So, Miss Furina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human...
Oh, she's actually gonna do it.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecutor.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing...
She's just staring at the water without...
What's going on? Is she...
Due to the inherent risk of the test...
Oh shit, she did it!
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewing, if you're present, Miss...
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be...
Please announce the results of your evaluation
Wait,
to the court.
was that a
Miss
bait?
Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying... She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problem, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve. We don't want anyone else.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually... I can't...
Listen to me, everyone!
I'm kind of scared. I don't know where this is about to go. I don't know where this is going. I'm kind of scared, guys.
Think about it. How can you...
I don't know what's happening here, but I'm really scared. I don't know what's going on.
Also, if I was...
No one believes her.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear.
Oh, I really don't want to see this now. No one believes her.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Font, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death!
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
I don't know what's going on. What's happening here?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Freminet! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any...
Oh, he found the missing stone slate.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Freminet. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of... so when you say Hydro Archon...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the...
Okay, let's do this.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were brand. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. They didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Because they were originally Oceanids. And so when they get dissolved, they turn back.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before, and the original sin cast down on the people of Font. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to...
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved. Which the nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean that—
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, this eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both dream and reality.
if we're talking about a true culprit, that could—
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Wait, it's here now? What the fuck? Sorry, I just got shocked back into existence. What the fuck is going on? That was so much information to— oh my god, I have to fuck this whale. I'm gonna have to fight this whale. Is that child? Holy shit! Oh my god, he's saving us! Oh my fucking god! Holy shit! Holy shit! He's been fighting this thing the whole fucking time? Oh my god. How long has he been fighting? I'm jumping in after. Can I do that? Is there a quick time event? He was inside fighting that whale the entire time? Holy shit!
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House?
Oh my god, I wanna go in there! I wanna go in there! Paimon, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Huge whale you saw—
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea. And once it has finished consuming all—
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of—
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh
So none of these people here can help me.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster,
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
We've already done everything we can. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
so the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Brother, I want to jump in there. Huh?
The prophecy. Yes.
Let me jump in there. Let me jump in there. Let me jump in there.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
Brother, I need to jump in there. I literally just need to jump in there right now. I'm not even joking. I need to jump the fuck in there right now.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What was your phone call? I have to make it in like 2 minutes. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to edge you guys here. I literally have to make a call in 1 fucking minute. God damn it, shit. Oh my god, this is the worst time possible.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Okay, no, there's a way we can do this.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
What the fuck is going on?
You.
Okay, guys. This is what we're doing. I will be right back. 1 second. No, I'm not even less than a minute. Just 1 second, for real. Okay, guys, this is what we're doing, alright? Now, I obviously cannot, like, have my mic open for, like, my call here, because it's really important. So, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna still play this, but I'm gonna be completely muted the entire time. I'm gonna be completely muted the entire time. That's what's happening, okay? So, we're gonna still keep going, but I will be muted the entire time. But I am here. We're gonna be doing this.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the
Okay, I'm here.
original
My call's
sin of
over. I'm
creating
good.
a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity.
Okay, so I was
And the
kind of
human
cooking. I was kind of
counterpart I
close.
left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Yeah.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan
So
to
then I
deceive
cursed is a
the
crazy
heavenly
transition.
principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
No time to lose.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Amateur.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Now you shall perish!
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
Sorry.
But should your
That's an unrelated call.
identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it. Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalors, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, So long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. All right. Deoteria.
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen...
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. All right.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as...
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I feel utterly exhausted.
Farina. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with...
And what...
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's...
No wonder. No wonder.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I want to tell someone. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share. That's impossible. It was
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me.
a witness. And if to that it... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play... No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the
Holy
machine
shit.
all along. Am I right?
And then I became one
Holy
with the
shit.
Oratrice,
Holy
taking
shit, I was
Fontaine's
right.
Gnosis with me.
I didn't know about the Gnosis thing, but I was, you know, yeah, I'll take it.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice.
Oh, okay.
It will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What
was that bright light? Some sort of
But since we're all...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Yeah, let's do
the
it,
root
man.
of the calamities befalling Fontaine.
Fuck
The
me.
beast that enacts
Damn
the
it.
prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh, this is good. Whoa, we're just doing it right now. Okay. Okay.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot.
Okay, he can be hit.
Source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He bleeds?
Sorrow turning into hostility.
He bleeds, hence he can be killed. Okay. You know what, Kevin? You're right. If it bleeds, it can die. Okay. What the fuck is Penuma? Oh, I have not been paying attention to what has been happening.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. It will present itself.
Having a Fontaine character makes this fight easier? Wait, for real? Oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. The hell is this thing?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its
Is this my power?
from within.
That's not my power, that's not my power.
One with nature.
Everybody stand back! Let's light it up!
Into the wind.
Off we go! Teamwork is dreamwork!
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature. You can run, but you can't
Of
hide.
course.
Shoot! I can't afford any more bandages.
This song is crazy, by the way.
Illusion shattered! Get out of here! Everybody stand back!
Clouds high. The birds call.
Oh my god, okay. Is it good? Do we do it? Oh my god, this thing's a Honkai. Fucking crazy. Who? The fuck are you? Child? Hello? Skirk? That's Skirk?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Child just got thrown through a portal,
It's just
man.
supposed
Is
to
he gonna be
a short
okay?
private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Power.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Taloji.
Okay, I don't know. I've never heard this name.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Like the Foul Legacy?
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well...
Rhine Daughter? He's gold?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name.
Wait, what?
To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my
That's
master.
gold?
I don't
Gold is
actually know
Skirk's
the name.
master?
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine.
Oh no, okay, they're different.
They're both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention
Actually, never mind that. That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you all right?
We're saved! Navi. Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first.
I am still extremely concerned that we just saw a child being thrown through a portal with no context. So I'd really like to know what happened to him. But, hopefully that's answered at some point in time. Maybe I'll talk to anyone that will be able to tell me what the fuck is going on. Oh, she's talking with the Fatui.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callas.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sigewinne, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
Become so friendly towards the media. I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
You seem curious about—
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to—
But he did invite you to tea.
2 large pots of it in—
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like— What flavor of biscuits would you like?
Me? I'm fine with—
All right. Leave—
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just—
I did. It was a gift from Sigewinne.
Oh my god. I can't tell what level this is on. Fuck it. Yeah, I hope we get some closure on the child thing. I mean, I'm all happy for, you know, everything else, but, you know, I'd really like to know where my boy went. If at all possible. Up, it's down.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Oh, did they just...
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steam?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be the boat that brought about a miracle. Still, if I might ask...
Huh. Looks like Shadow...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She doesn't miss a beat.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here.
Oh, but they're definitely fucking at least.
Seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siege.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but...
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding
Man
the
died today in
party-
Lego City and we were touching
you
holes.
remember, but his 3
Jesus
young
Christ.
followers are
Voice
still
plays.
waiting for his
Thank you for the
return.
follow. Scared the crap out of me.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Yeah, shit does happen.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be?
Oh, you're
The Fortress
first.
will
Thank
keep
you for being
chugging along,
first.
and
Oh
so
my
will
god.
my duties.
It's crazy.
As to what Miss Farina's departure
You're the
will mean
first
for the
person
nation,
here.
and
Welcome.
if our laws and governance will be
We already kind of got started, but
we'll
you
leave
know.
those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Totally first.
Good.
Thank you for being
In
first.
that
Yeah, that's
case, let's
crazy.
call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be an...
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks.
Alright, I'm gonna get some water while we're doing this. Oh my god. We're finally gonna find the Bay Harbor Butcher. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. At the same time, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We've had a long sit down here real quick. While we're waiting in the elevator, hopefully no cutscenes play, but I'm gonna go into the elevator and we're just gonna go all the way down. And I'm just gonna hope that doesn't result in a cutscene immediately. Doesn't look like it will. I mean, I know I can just jump down, but I mean, you know. Why would I? We have technology. We have... It's coming, right? Is it coming? Is anyone... Can I look over the edge? Here, a button. It's probably like coming up here, right? Like it's... Okay, cool. Anyway, I'll be right back.
I wonder what the rest of the Harbingers are up to. Plotting and scheming on an ever grander scale, no doubt. Where I'm from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze to death. Literally.
Okay. Oh god, alright. Did we hit the bottom? We hit the bottom. Alright guys, I'm back. Let's do this. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and
What
Miss
were those
Charlotte,
things
too.
anyway?
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but
Trick a friend. I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Yeah.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
I'm sorry. What? Are you... What? What? You just gave it? Okay, no, I'm good. No, this he's smart. He's probably... What? Are you fucking serious? He just gave her Fontaine's Gnosis? He just gave it to her? As a gift?
A diplomatic gift?
Okay, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking this.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and
Whether I would give them money, I wouldn't give them a Gnosis.
That's true, but this is a Gnosis.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that
What the
only
fuck?
Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The Gnosis...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
Like, what?
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
What the fuck? Wait, he's back in Snezhnaya? Wait, did Skirt just throw him through a portal back in the Snezhnaya? Be like, hey, my disciple, been a long time, it's good to see you, and then throws him back into the fucking ice territories that is Snezhnaya? Cause that's fucking crazy, man.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler.
Really thought I'd have to fight her at some point, not gonna lie.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Yes, don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire
Yeah, man,
world.
I really just don't believe
With such
you.
a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Wait, so, okay. So I guess he has his vision back too. I have to like reread some of this stuff all the time. I'm just so shocked.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
That is correct. So
so forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie
You can share a
talent.
story stuff when you have the chance? Okay.
The sea
Should I do it on
breeze
stream, or
quiet
should it, is it something I can just do
I shall
offline?
continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare
Your
to take a
choice?
picture.
I mean, do you think is it
Thankfully,
like a big
I've already
deal?
wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths.
Actually, what happened to
All right,
Farina
then.
now I think about it?
We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing?
I really kind of want to see how Farina's doing. It says she left? Where did she go exactly? Okay.
No time to lose.
I mean, given that the character you may want may need something Lockbinder quest. Oh, did she like unlock a weekly boss or something? Okay. I'll go look into it then. Oh, I have to go all the way around? You know, I never did Nikita's second story quest. I hope that's not unlocked. I hope that doesn't lock out a story boss or something. There he is.
So, you really are here, Neverlette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. Hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given—
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, we guessed that there might be some
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains?
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to.
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder.
No, let's not think about this stuff right. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third, that's what you say, but this time... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
All right. Whatever the case...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Oh, and there it is, guys.
It seems from your expressions that you still ask away.
Oh, so I can just keep asking him questions.
I suggest
I
that you
wanted to.
fully prepare yourself.
Thanks, man. It's been great. Oh, there's a fucking thing under here. There we go. I think with that we technically finished Natlan, right? That's all of the Natlan quests? Or no, I'm stupid. I meant, wait, this is actually this is unironically a story quest? You revive at the adventures against Samuru? To avoid other quests. Oh my god, wow, that's crazy. So there's another one we can do here. Wow. Dainsleif intermission? Should we... No, we shouldn't do it. I'm not gonna do it. We'll save it for another day. We'll save it for like tomorrow or something. It was a lot of... I don't know if I can emotionally take anything right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That was a lot. Holy shit. Oh. This count? What did I even do? Masquerade the Guilty. Then we have Bedtime Story. And then we have Natlan stuff. So we have the Dainsleif information, and then we have Natlan stuff, and then we're actually caught up. I don't know. I think, you know what I'll do? Just so we get this out of the way. I think, after cause I've been doing this for 4 hours now. I'll probably come back to this later tonight. I did this yesterday too, but I kinda wanna, like, just get this all the way through. I might stream tonight, and we're probably gonna do the Dainsleif thing, but until then, I'll probably just do, like... I gotta chill out, you know? Shit, that was really good. Oh, I'm talking to you. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Ad Astra Abyssa.
Okay, it was the Sumeri one specifically.
Thank you for completing. Ad Astra Abyssa.
That was a lot. Alright, that counts. So I guess the no-sees are, they're bad? They're the remains of a dead person. A dead traveler like us. Not really great to hear, if I'm gonna be honest with you. In fact, it sounds pretty fucked up. Not gonna lie to you. Not really looking forward to that. But it happened. It's a lot to think about. Kinda sad that we don't have Child's Gnosis anymore. We also have a bunch of this stuff. We have a bunch of these crap from every single place we've been to. It's from Dvalin, Mondstadt, this is from Liyue. This is from... Well, I mean, this is from, you know... It's from Inazuma, but it's not really... I don't know, you know, it's kinda weirdly different. And we have Fontaine something. I guess it's just more like a... I don't know, a reminder, a souvenir, if anything. Well, guys,
there are leaves around.
I think we're good for now. I gotta take a break, you know, I gotta clear my head. Lots of stuff to think about. Actually, is Furina even here anywhere? Can I just do her quest? Is that a thing I can do? Did I unlock it already? Is it here? Oh, it is. Hello. I guess, oh, I kinda wanna do this later. I get to see what Furina has done. You think this takes place after everything? Actually, you know, we can start right now. Hold on, 1 second. I just wanna see where this starts. I just wanna know if this happens literally after everything, you know? I feel like
Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge Mora tag, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay their replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the
Oh,
requester?
he's just right
He's
there.
right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh?
Let's post Archon's quest? Okay, that's pretty cool.
Hello there. Are you the
Yeah,
guy
but it's just
looking
here,
for a
dude.
new actress?
Wait, I know you two.
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous. But to answer your question, neither of us have...
Ah, I see. If we can't find someone to step in, well, that's the thing. All our sets and props are very crude. If we had a way to make this profitable...
Disband?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell... One last show. Nobody wants things to just... Yeah. The leading lady, in fact. The show just won't be the same without her.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. What if...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking
Oh, I have
such
a lot of
huge
more on
favor.
me.
And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... that she's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her!
Nope. Paimon?
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows, but even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, she's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. Well, yet... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on...
No point in stressing about that. Besides, things are different now. There's no...
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news.
Wait, where does Farina actually live now?
Yeah, where does she live?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina.
Yeah, I actually am curious where she's living. Also, apparently Child's okay. He's back in Shnesnaya. I guess they threw him through another portal, so that was kind of funny.
No time to lose.
Oh, okay. She is pretty local. Yeah, for some reason I thought she'd go out traveling. So he's all good, apparently.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Okay, when did Poppy Got a Thin Air become all...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude. Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity. It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that
Man, she
my
sounds like she's
meals
really
are a
chilled the
little
fuck out.
simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like La Lettre Focilor or Blubber Profiteroles in no time.
Ah, there it is.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time.
Sorry! We're sorry! Please? Yeah, exactly! Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very...
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific?
Yeah, actually, does she have any powers?
I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse
I'm not gonna lie,
yourselves at
Farina really
my
sounds like
expense.
she's really chilled the fuck
After all,
out.
I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, but given the present circumstances,
Actually, is New
I'm
Roulette
afraid
technically
I
the
must
Hydro Archon right
regretfully
now?
decline your
How does that work
casting
exactly?
request. It's not true, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably true, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Ooh, no.
Well, is there anything else we can do?
Have I not made myself... sorry.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now.
Toodaloo to you, too.
Yeah, she seems kind of depressed. I guess your entire purpose of what your life has been for the past 500 years, even though it was really tough, once you're done with it, you know, I guess anyone would feel a little lost.
But we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again.
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now?
And that gives you the right to make it...
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead excuse me, but can you both take a moment?
Sorry. I was just dealing with a little...
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade...
I see. Well, you see, our leading lady has just...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get...
Jeez. Is Lady for...
Only joking. Calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission...
Look, there's no point. This is the last chance we have, though. If you're... So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it?
Yes, I'm completely confident. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper... Every one of us thinks of this...
You're right. I'm sorry.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on night Alright, I'm coming.
Furina?
I was just ever so... When you came to talk with me earlier, and all before I even had a... I'm sorry.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't...
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had... But in any case...
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your...
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as lady. Just Furina is fine. I was wondering, if the difficulties are purely financial, then everyone seems so devoted to...
We all want to believe that. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in this serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still...
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Furina. She rallied many people around. People loved our performances back then.
And then, does that...
Yeah. None of us know anything about script writing. It's agonizing.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. I suppose it's fair to say then that...
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. I can, however, provide some, but only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for...
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. What about all the unresolved emotions of the An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this.
Still a fan of your... You just want to get back in...
No. This is a completely different situation.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me?
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Furina's performances, as, of course, we all are. All right, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
Well, I think I'll continue this some other time. I might do a lot of the story quests offline, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Because there is a lot of story quests I need to catch up on, and I don't think I'm gonna do this all on stream. That being said, I'll probably do this one on stream. So whenever I get... Oh, this is 100% gonna be tomorrow. Because I heard I unlock a weekly boss from it, which means it's probably a big deal. So we'll do either this, or we'll either do the next part of this. Actually, we'll probably do that. We'll probably do the interlude immediately into, and if we have time, we'll do Arlecchino's quest or whatever is gonna happen there. But yeah, it's been a time. I'm glad Furina's all right. When they said she left, I should have thought like, you know, she's gone, but no one's ever been gone, so I guess it's sort of impossible at that point. I don't know. I'm kind of glad, you know, she's the way she is. I did not expect that whole twist. I had a feeling that she was kind of like a vessel, but I don't know. She's just living on welfare now. That is true, but I don't know. 500 years of pretending to, like, putting up this act of pretending to be a god? I mean, that has to be rough. I don't know, man. I can't even imagine it. Having to put up that for having to put a facade while also worrying about a prophecy you're not even sure you're going to be able to stop. And then having to live as a human for 500 years? I mean, the mental toll that would take. It's just unreasonable. But anyway, it's good to see she's doing good. Somewhat. I guess we'll find out how somewhat that is. I don't know. I might do it offline. I might do for the rest of Furina's quest offline. Either though, I gotta take a break. I gotta go eat something and chill the hell out. So I will see you guys later. The fuck? Do I have it? What? Wait. Hold on. What? Is there another world level? Hold on, am I crazy? Wait. Is there another world level? These guys are already, like, in the 90s. I'm already, like, world level 8. There's another world level 9? Is that a real thing? Doesn't increase cap but makes enemies drop more stuff? Wait, okay, hold on. We're doing this right now. Sorry, I just... Fuck this crap about, like, me ending stream right now. We're doing this right now. Okay, we're doing this right now. We'll do this very, very quickly, and then we're done, for realsies. There's another world level? What did I not... That's crazy. Okay, well, actually... Wait, who do I even need? I need a cryo. We'll do this.
As per our contract.
Doesn't increase... Okay, doesn't increase cap but makes enemies drop more... I mean, I want enemies to drop more stuff. It'd make farming a lot easier. Oh, okay, alright, we're already doing this. Seems pretty good so far. Oh my god, these guys are level 100! Jesus Christ.
Off we go!
Into the wind! No time to lose.
Alright, I might get my shit kicked in here, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Get out of here! Blaze over!
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt!
I'm going in!
One with nature! Time to go! As one with wind and cloud! Time to go.
Let's light it up! Born of ice and frost.
Where's this thing's weak point again? There it is.
Teamwork is true!
Into the wind. It's fine. One with nature.
Off we go! I'm going in!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
This is long overdue. Access denied.
Ah, fuck these bastards.
Into the wind.
I do not have a shield for you.
One with nature.
Adventure time. Next on the agenda. Born of ice. Everybody stand.
Oh, I don't have a lot of time. Can I even beat this in like this amount?
Riptide. Tidal wave.
I have a couple seconds to figure this out. Oh, not even close. Make a harder challenge next time, maybe. Alright, there it is. Cutting a little close there, but we got it. Is that... am I world level 9 now? I am. It's just like that, I'm world level 9. Crazy. Huh. So everything's the same level? They're just... Nope, they're a higher level. Actually, does that mean I can level up more? No, I can't. Well, we'll figure it out. It'll probably be fine. Anyway. Now we're ending for real. It's been fun, guys. Thank you for joining me on Genshin. We've done this for 4.5 fucking hours. Let me see... I don't know, let me see real quick something. Let me look through. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it here. So, thank you very much, guys.
This place is pretty dead.
It's been fun.
By which I
And
mean,
I will catch
there's
you guys
nothing to
later.
kill.
Thank you very much for joining me. And okay, I'll either see you later tonight or I'll either see you tomorrow. Either way, look out in the future. Because we're finishing more stuff. We gotta catch up so that we can get the cowgirl. Right. See you guys later. Have a good one.